Okay, hi there, everybody. I'm Christopher Clark here painting one more time this weekend for the Amazing Art Expo. We're doing Luna Lovegood from the Harry Potter series. So I've got my underpainting already started here. Let's check and make sure the stream is live. It is working just fine. And the chat is live, so go ahead and chat it up. Okay, and let's get started here. I pretty much always start with the face just to really get it sort of set in, and that will help me define the rest of the painting here. She's got a very soft face. She's mostly in shadow, which is difficult, but then also she's just very young, so that always makes it a little challenging. A young face is always extra difficult because you just have fewer landmarks to go off of, let's say, versus an older person where they have wrinkles and fat pads and all kinds of stuff that are very easy to see. So let's see if I can mark in. I'm just going to mark in the placement of features to start with. And my phone just told me that I'm streaming. Good to know. It's always tough. The ears are a great landmark, and when I can't see the person's ears, that's just an extra landmark I'm missing. So we're going to find what little of her eye orbits we can. And all my cameras are in sync. That's good. Sometimes they're a little off. We don't really see much of her. Okay, and right there at the end of her orbit is where the hair intercedes there. Of course, she has blonde hair, which almost always comes out kind of green in shadow. Kind of a dark greenish silver. She has very, 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 very light platinum blonde hair. So it's about there that we see that first bit of hair, right over where her eye is. I could probably start to find the outside of her chin as well. Yeah, the ear really is a great landmark that I'm just missing now. See a little bit of buccal fat. That's actually helpful. Basically, a young person's face is just one smooth fat pad. Kind of funny to think of it that way, but it's true. That's why young people have such smooth features. It's all smoothed over with fat. There's a chin. And then here about we'll see that's the angle of her jaw, her ear. It's up here somewhere. That's a little too wide. A little curl of hair there. Hi there, Kat. Thanks for watching. Dark green shadow underneath her hair there. I'm really just placing the boundaries of her face, I think. It's going to be very helpful. Her face is on a tilt there. What's her canthal tilt is pretty straight. Maybe, yeah, it's actually quite horizontal. That's already too high. Canthal distance there. There's the wing of the nostril. That's still a little too high. Got the first placement of these landmarks is really, really important. There's those eye orbits. Which means the eyebrow is just following that. She kind of has almost a little raised eyebrow look to her. Little known fact about Luna, she actually married Newt Scamander's grandson. Interesting. I did not know that about her. According to the movies, you'd think she was going to marry Neville, because he gets all crazy about her. I don't think that happened in the books. She has a very narrow muzzle. Really nice. Cupid's bow there. Yeah, that's actually quite a distinguishing feature about her faces. The little Cupid's bow action. Very nice. She has a shadow on her face from her nose that I'm going to have to take down because it's making a weird thing. So I have to edit that while I'm doing this painting. Keep having this sensation of making her eyes too low, which usually means that I'm right. If it looks wrong, it usually is wrong. Or her forehead's too low. which might be it also. Her forehead's covered by a lot of hair. Little narrower face. Ooh, I can see that mark on the chin right there where it turns into her jowl fat. And yes, even young people have jowl fat. It's just very smooth. She has a little bit of this underplane. Really great connection there of her depressor labia muscle. This comes down a little bit. A little bit there too. Okay, a little bit of shadow. I'm just going to take that down a lot because it's actually changing the shape of her face in a way that I don't like. Let's lower that a little bit. There's where the eye rounds out. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Little more shadow here. Where's the actual corner? It's there. Let's soften that a little bit. Soften this angle a little bit. Not rendering yet, but I really am trying to just nail it in before I go in there and render. Hi there, Catalina. Amazing. Well, I certainly hope so. I haven't really gotten started yet. I'm still just placing. We don't see a lot of her orbit at all. A little less of the eyebrow. A little more in. While the paint is still very light and thin, is when I can really move it around a lot. A little less of that shadow there. And then once I really map it out, then I can just place the paint where I want it. And hopefully that's it. That'll just save me a lot of time of correcting. Where's her chin? Her neck is actually like that's not bad. Her eyebrow probably comes a little less there. Okay. So incidentally, just you guys remember that we have prints available of all these pieces that I'm doing this weekend. 40% off for a fun special while the stream is going on. And that actually does include everything on the website. So check out our website, even just browse through it, and I guarantee you're going to see art you like, because we have cool fine art paintings like this from Harry Potter, Star Wars, Alice in Wonderland, Marvel, DC, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, all the cool nerd art. We have this like really cool fine art pieces. So I think you really enjoy it. There's really something for everybody. We have parody artwork by the artist Bucket and Ashley Rain and Gadget. Stuff that nobody has anywhere. So check out our site, save 40%, which is almost half off, which is totally, you know, about as good. It's as good as you're going to get as far as the sale goes. She definitely has lower eyes on her forehead. Maybe I could bring up her chin a little bit. That's not bad, it's just a tiny little bit more. I don't want her head to be too small for her body. Which we will see her reading The Quibbler, actually, which will be fun. Alright. Let's see if we can start rendering in some of this stuff now. Yeah, let's lower that eyebrow actually before I do that. And she has very light eyebrows, even her face is just so many light, subtle details and features. Let's pull this down a little bit again. If anything, I want to make her eyes almost a little too big, because they talk about in the books all the time how her big, protuberances of eyes, however they word it. Here's a little bit of that, her alar cartilage that comes out a little more. Yeah, we'll do a tiny bit of a shadow here. Jessica, how's it going? Yeah, Bucket's pretty awesome. Check out Bucket's work. He's on the site as well. Or she, we actually don't know. Bucket is an anonymous artist. So maybe they is probably more appropriate. Yay, you're watching. Awesome. You guys wouldn't watch me when I did Hagrid yesterday. Hagrid came out pretty awesome. Ugh, sorry, just trying to adjust the camera so it's a little more straight. Okay, so her eyes are pretty bluish as far as the value goes. Alright. Let's do that. Her sort of shadow flesh tone is kind of this dark pinkish. She's a very pale pink person. Very, her eyes are really the only dark values in her whole face. We're going to see dark value there. along her nose, a little bit of, I'll do a little less. I can get more specific with those colors later. You see a tiny bit of shadow in here, but not much. She has a great, nice, clear tarsal plate. Nice shadow. Actually, her shadow gets a little greenish on that side. Right around the muzzle there, nice. There's the side of the philtrum. And cast shadow here. Not really worrying about the neck too much yet. Yeah, her face is really one tone. The light source is coming from right, like somewhere up here. This will be a challenging one, for sure. Let's just say her face in general is kind of a light pinkish purple. Let's get some more paint on there. Yeah, not too blue. We don't want her to look dead. I really could do there's this plane here. There's that plane. Yeah, these colors will change. Up the philtrum there, down the side of the upper lip. She has no nasolabial fold at all. Damn you, young people. Yeah, just really. Little bit. We'll just do a little cast shadow. That's too far. And she's wearing like a collar shirt. Okay, and then that actually, there's some other places that are a lot more pink. Yeah, a little lighter. There's really no shadows on her face. It's a tough one. Really just got to block in a general color for the whole thing. A little bit of a plane there. Little tiny bit of an indication of, oh, that was my light. And that was my dark. Shit, I need a clean brush. Little bit of that plane that we see. Is this my dark? What is this? Here it is. Mixing up my brushes. Whoa, you're commenting like crazy. There's also a Star Wars robot named Bucket. Is there really? You were sleeping. R1J5. That's funny. We should switch jobs for a day for fun. You'll paint orcs and I will go after hackers. Uh, okay. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Need some more of this nice pink. Bluish pink. Definitely around her nose. She's got a very red nose. Oops. I think this was one of my darker brushes. It is now. A little bit of that, a little bit of that. A little darker underneath that corner of the orbit is always the shadow catcher, they call it. Just an indication of that's the inside of her orbit where the tarsal plate meets. Just need to make sure I know that's there. Here's upper part of her nasal wing. We do get a little bit of nasal labial fold there, not much though. Philtrum, all vermilion border. She almost has a, she's one of those mouths where it's like kind of always smiling. The corners of her mouth are just always just turned up just a little bit. Here is a darker version of that light. Here's where I'm going to carve in on that shadow a little bit more than I'm seeing in my reference here. Which, of course, yes, I'm painting from a photo because I did not have Luna Lovegood available to model for me today. This comes in a little more even. Little Philtrum. You never know where to start either for going after hackers, shouldn't you? That is your job, right? Little, very crisp tarsal plate. A little higher, even. See a little more of that plane there just to fill that in. Tiny bit of a downturn plane there. Little bit of a, that's a little too hard of an edge there. She almost has a little bit of a the double mental tuberance there thing, prominence, whatever you call it. And here's a shadow comes up. Definitely going to need to get in here with my smaller brushes. She's got a little bit of a wider nasal bone up here. I'm going to do a little more darkish, purplish on the nose. Oops, big old chunk of paint. Yeah, really dark red with just a highlight on the middle of it. And then a transitional color here. That's looking pretty good so far. A little bit of red, more red in the neck here. Soften this up. I'm really being really gentle with the paint because she's got a very gentle face. A little bit of that separation there with her nose. Whoa. A little bit of a more of a red there. And we see the edge. of that plane because it rounds around there. All right, we see a little bit of a front plane of that nose just through. Side plane there. Okay, I could soften this eyebrow a little bit. Now, what the hell color is her actual eyebrow? It's kind of like a dark brownish, reddish, green, if that means anything. Yeah, it's about right. It's kind of a combination between her dark green of her hair and her flesh tone, or her shadow, purpley kind of flesh tone. Her eyebrows are really subtle. Being kind of a platinum blonde person. And that have a little bit of a shadow that come out. A little bit of a tiny bit of a light. This part of the eye. Nice, soft, soothe fat. Little blue in some of those highlights, actually. You can start to carve in a little tiny highlight around the tarsal plate there. That needs to come in a little bit. Let's get a smaller brush here. There's a little more red, actually, a little warmer. Maybe a little higher. I think it's a little more blue toward the inside here. Not that dark. I need a dark brush for the dark, little tiny one. Hey there, Matt. How's it going? Thanks for watching, man. I know you usually catch me when you're on a break at work. Let's see. This eyebrow could come out just a little more. Yeah, here's her hands, and here's the quibbler she's going to be holding. You can see the very top edge of it I just marked in. Should be holding, and of course it'll be upside down, because secrets of ancient runes revealed. There's a total cover on this thing. I found a great promotional image. I don't know if I'm going to, there's a headline, there's all kinds of type all over it. I don't know if I want to write all that type, but it's pretty cool. There's a caricature of Cornelius Fudge on the front of it. We'll see. We'll see how much I can, realistically do on here. I'll eventually have to turn the painting upside down. Okay, where's my dark? Need a little darker for that. Showing the crease of that tarsal plate. And then we see a little bit lighter. We need to see that bottom edge there a little better. Bottom edge of that eyelid stretching across there. It's pretty low. She's just, I think that helps give her eyes that wide appearance. It's because her lower lid is really, really curved downward. And then we'll do a tiny hint of the downward plane there. It's mostly, I can start indicating the lower underneath plane of her eyelash. Not that we're to that far yet where I'm painting eyelashes, but I'm doing it more like a plane change. We can see just this tiniest hint. That's too low of that orbit. Well, some of these are actually blue, these all highlights. The inside of that tendon is nice and shiny. Trying to work on both eyes at the same time to keep them nice and symmetrical. Maybe it's time. It is time to do the sclera, which is the white part of the eye, which is never ever white. Biggest mistake, most common mistake I see with amateur or more beginner painters is they just grab white paint. It's usually like pick the lightest color flesh tone on their face. That doesn't matter what color the person is. Lightest color flesh tone on their face, and you can start there. That's usually a good place to start. If they're a light-skinned person, then it's probably going to be one of their lighter, just general tones of their face. If they're a darker skinned person, it might be more of like a highlight color. Pick a highlight color that you see on their face. It'll probably be that color. But even the sclera has shadows in it. because it's a sphere, quite literally. She has really big corneas too. Oh, my battery's low. I gotta plug this in before it dies. I wish my computer would make a noise at me when it happened. It never does, and I have no idea that it's about to die. And she has nice eyelashes. They're subtle, but they're definitely there. This kind of dreamy look on her face. Oh. A little darker for this part of the sclera on this eye, since it's a little more in shadow. That's coming over a little bit. Maybe open that eye a little more. A little bigger cornea. Really big cornea. And they tend to have a little fisheye kind of look to them until I can, until I feel comfortable enough with them to do the highlight. It's funny, she has like wide, big eyes, but they're dreamy and sort of sleepy looking at the same time. I don't know how she does it. I hope there's pudding. I don't get it. In the movies, she has an American accent, I feel like. She does not sound British at all. She's Irish originally, the actress. Forget her name. Okay, before I go to the trouble to really render those eyes, I just need to make sure everything is placed well. Tiny bit more darkness on those eyebrows. Hey Luke, how's it going? Do you notice people's particular facial fat deposits when you talk to them after studying faces so much? I actually am starting to notice that. It's a weird thing. It is a very recent study of mine. Last like month, maybe. But I'm starting to notice structural things about, I mean, you do that when you study anatomy in general. You just start to notice it on everybody. Doesn't matter what you're studying. But lately, since it's been the facial anatomy, yes, I notice it on everyone. And it's kind of funny. You even start to notice it on yourself. Because, you know, you're your most convenient model. So it is really easy to look at yourself in the mirror and study stuff. But you're like, oh no, I see my soup fat separation. Damn it. Because when we're studying faces, we a very common subject we look at is elderly people, because everything is so easy to see on their face. Like you want to study something, you look at an elderly person and it's right there. It's so easy to see. Harder to see on a younger person. So when you see it on yourself, like, oh no, I look just like the model we were just studying. Damn it. let's lighten this up a little bit. Yeah, she's almost got a green side of this shadow. Let's see if I can render that a little bit. Let's just pick a new color here. Yeah, it is a little greener. I'm wondering, because you know, it's the book she's holding. It's casting some white light up onto her face. That's exactly what's happening. But that'll be a nice variation. Yeah, we can really see that depressor on her labia underneath each side, and in the middle even too. Little fatter here. She's got some nice buccal fat. That's what gives you the chipmunk cheeks. Yeah, she's going to be a very soft face. We see it on her neck too, actually. It is much darker there, though. Well. Yeah, we see that blue on this side of her nostril wing, on the philtrum in the middle, or rather that's the bottom of the alar cartilage there in the middle. Maybe a little bit even on her inside of her eyelid there. Yeah, looks like a couple. My main camera is a little clunky again. That's all right, it'll catch up. Soften that there. Yeah, that'll be a nice variation. A little more here on the lighter part. There's that little permanent sort of smile she's got on her face. That might be a little too far. It's okay, I can check that later. I can use this blue to soften some of these edges, actually. All right, let's do some of her vermilion. That's the pink part of the lip. Really soft transition on that bottom lip. Nice. A little more purple vermilion on the inside here. And we do see a couple of her teeth, her top teeth. A little bit of that vermilion on the just before it turns into her border there. Ooh. Little blue as it turns. And here's the curve of the modiolus. The crisscrossing of every muscle in your face that attaches to the mouth. Where's my dark red? So I need to hit this corner of the mouth a little better. That's a good first pass. I can see there's a couple wonky things I gotta fix already. I think I need to look at something else for a second. Maybe I'll block in a little bit of her hair, which is really nicely lit by this great rim light of light on top. Yes, thank you, Nick. There's prints available of this piece and everything on our website. And everything's 40% off right now just during this stream. So I encourage you to check that out if you want to save a ton of money and get some really cool artwork. It includes everything I've been painting here this weekend. So Harry Potter that I did on Friday, Hagrid that I did on yesterday, and then Luna that I'm doing right now. And then everything else on our website. That's everything else Harry Potter that I've done. Star Wars, Marvel, DC, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Alice in Wonderland, all the really cool nerd art. And it's all 40% off right now, so check that out. Just browse through it. I guarantee you'll find something that you'll love because we have stuff that nobody else has. Even our originals are 40% off. So if you like original pieces, original oil paintings, then check it out. We also have pieces parody artwork by the artist Bucket and Ashley Rain and Gadget. So if you want a really good laugh, then check those out. They're really, really well done fine art pieces of your favorite pop culture characters in completely ridiculous situations. It's really fun. So we've got art that nobody else has. Little touch of orange just to soften that up a little bit. Yeah, she has some hair going in front of her face, which I will refrain from as of yet until I actually paint her face and finish it. Here, doing a little bit of her blonde hair that's still in shadow. It's really kind of a dark bluish green color. If you've ever painted blonde hair, you really see that it's in shadow, especially it's quite green. Here's the edge of the magazine about there, somewhere. I can carve out more of those details later. That's a darker green something. This little curve. And then we see, well, that was my medium color. So here's my darker. And then here's where her hairline kind of fades onto her forehead. And we do see a little warmer green. Little shadow there. You see some parts where you can see her sort of dark flesh tone shadows through bits of her hair. It's interesting. Yeah, there's the magazine. In French, the quibbler is called la chicaneur. And I think chicaner means to quibble. So it is literally still just the quibbler. Le chicaneur. Here it's really dark. Much darker than that, actually. I'll use a new brush for that later. And then what's fun here is we're going to see this great, I should be using this color, this great hot green as her hair transitions into this moonlight quality. Because it's got this great rim light coming from above her somewhere. And we see a sort of bit there. She has kind of this long, wavy blonde hair. There's sort of the part. There's where it hits her shoulder. There's the corner of the magazine, so it doesn't go any further past that. You get a little bit of more intense. Probably the only yellow we really see is probably like right here. Right, that transition spot. It looks like she has white hair now, but when I fill it in, it'll look more rim lighty. Let me sort of just indicate her collared shirt. You love the Last of Us piece that they did. Oh, nice, thanks. Yeah, that was actually a commission for one of the owners of the gallery here. And that city in the background is Denver. I don't know if you're aware of that if you live here or whatever, but that's 16th Street Mall in Denver. So that was a fun piece. And I actually did watch a playthrough of that entire game, just to be more well versed on the game before I did the painting. So I watched all 16 hours of it or whatever. I'm getting a little filling in some of that really bright white. Almost kind of a subtle light yellow. Alright, that's good for the moment. That feathers out a little more. I'll have to come back and redo that edge when I do the the background-ish color. Don't like saying background because that implies that it's not important. And then every time I go back and look at a part of the face, I can see something that I already know is wrong. Here's right where that cartilage comes down and haven't done any nostrils yet. That will come later. That's looking pretty good. Very cool. You have the campus one. You and your wife both really like it. Awesome. I'm glad you guys like that one. Yeah, that was a very challenging piece to do actually. I had to take that story and try to turn it into one scene with all the sort of critical elements of it, you know. Glad you guys like that one though. All right, let's take a break here. It's been an hour or so. Oh, that was a pretty good first pass there. You know, I just noticed the texture in this wood panel has this nice big crack right down the middle of it that I need to. That is one of my only downfalls about this. The surface on which I paint is sometimes there's a blemish in the surface in just the wrong spot. That's okay. Can sort of fill it in with some paint. Nice. Okay, let's take a picture of this. Incidentally, if you follow us on our Patreon, if you subscribe to that, then we do have these progress photos available that I'm taking. Nice, straight on, like good resolution, so you can actually see the stages of the painting as it progresses, rather than only seeing the crooked version you guys are watching now. Okay, let me do a little something on the computer here real quick. And my computer sometimes gets a little chunky when I'm streaming because it's got so much to think about. Luna Lovegood. Looney Lovegood. Okay. Oh, just need to take a little stretch anyway. Okay, let's see here. Sorry, just doing a little computer stuff here. Getting my reference a little better set up. That's pretty close. Not bad at all. Okay. Alright, let's just stand up for a quick second here. It's funny how every painting has its sort of area of my color palette that it focuses in. Right now it's all the blues and purples because this is a very blue-purple sort of themed painting. Yesterday with Haggard it was all the oranges and reds. Kind of funny how every painting sort of has an area that's the main focus of the piece. Okay, good. One more pass on that face, and I think I should have it. Oh. And then 2 hands, and I think the magazine is probably going to take me the next longest out of anything else on here. But it's coming along pretty good. Hi there, Shauna. Painting the Dursleys. I mean, it'd be cute. I don't know who would buy it. Nobody likes the Dursleys. I mean, I don't know. Would you want to have a painting of them in your house? There'd have to be some kind of a joke to it. I don't know. I don't know who would actually buy that and want to hang it in their house. Yeah, it's pretty close. You would buy it. It would be alright. I guess if it was the one where Dudley's wearing his like skimmer hat, and then they're all wearing their dorky suits, like that could be funny. There'd have to be some kind of an Easter egg in it though, something to make it like a joke. I don't know what you could do with it. Harry wouldn't be in it, of course. Because he's not in any of their pictures, which is sad. Okay, let's see. This is going to be really my small brushes from here on out. My size 0 brushes. Remember when you were a size 0? Alright, and let's reboot my Did it work? Nope. That's still behind. And let me fix the color on this. Actually, it's a little too bright. Fixing. And there we go. That's better. Yeah, that's a little accurate with the brightness. Okay, still a little slow. Yeah, that picture. I guess that would be funny. You have to be a super mega fan to buy that one, though. Like, I don't think people would just buy it to hang it in their house because they like it. um, Do I have? I got plenty more small. Okay. Let's fix her neck a little bit. a little more in. A little softer neckline. Her chin is pretty good. A little tiny more, maybe here. A little more buccal fat. Just a little, and I can soften that edge too a little bit. Okay, here's the corner of her jaw. Where is it? About there. And the rest of that, her hair can come over that later. And then this one will work. Subtle shadow there. Yeah, I can really bring this whole chin can soften and come up a bit. Yeah, that's really all I need to do with this chin is soften the edge, round it out a little bit. It looks like I can almost see just behind where her ear is. Just there. That's where her ear would be, I think. Yeah. Somewhere in there is her ear. We'll just pretend. Yeah, a little taller on her forehead is kind of what I thought. That's a very bluish purple, kind of a pretty light still. And I can raise this up a little bit. this one too, I think. It's pretty good, actually. Okay, looks like I made her eyes just a little too big. I mean, I want it to look like, you know, the actress, not necessarily just the idea of the character that I have, who has maybe a little too big of eyes. Not too bad, though. I was pretty close. And I can really soften the edge a lot now. All right, there. That tear duct was pretty close. That's pretty close as well. And let's see. This underplane, can move that up just a little bit. And that is actually a little more blue. I got the infra-orbital furrow in the right spot. Okay, this eye can come in, eyelid just a little bit. That could come down just a little more. Nice eyelash. I will actually add the details of those lashes later. Can move her tarsal plate crease down just a little bit. These little millimeter, half a millimeter of detail on a face just make all the difference. there's the finishing. Good. Now I can. That is not as dark, but it's still. I can just basically soften the edge and it'll take care of that. Give her a little more sclera, actually. Yeah, really just a little more. And let's really iron out that inside corner of the tear duct there. Which means I need a little bit of highlight on that gland. The old lacrimal gland. Oh, that needs to be softened there just a little bit. A little lighter on this front part of the sclera here. Tiny bit lighter. Cornea is a good size. Yeah, cornea is really good. Let's give her a little more sort of eyeliner, I guess. And then I can just soften this. She has a little hint of some eyelashes. Nothing major. That might almost even be a little too much. Now let's iron out. Let's see. Oh, Megan, how's it going? Nice. Your artistic talent is so spectacular that I'm always confident in purchasing an original before it ever unfolds on your canvas. Yeah, of course. I was really happy that you guys bought these before they were even painted. So I'm like, wow, they must really have faith in my work. So I certainly appreciate that. I'm like, man, they have to really be good now because they've already bought them. There we go. Nice colored cornea, and then it gets a little darker around the edges. Oh, and she needs a pupil. Probably a nice big one. I could probably add a little more shadow up here. Now let's do a highlight. I will get a new tiny little brush. First time using this one. And we're going to go for a blue highlight. A couple highlights actually. There's one there. And there's one over here. I want to make this first one not so bright. The one in the middle. Yeah, the one on the side will be brighter. And it needs to be way sharper than that. There we go. Nice bright eye. You just need to get a bigger house with more walls, and you have complete faith in my work. Well, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's cool having you guys as collectors. So, one of these days when we come back to Houston, that's where you guys are, right? Houston, I believe. We'll have to get together and have dinner. All right, I lost my highlight entirely. Big, dreamy, highlighty eyes. Dallas, okay. Yeah, we do pretty well out in Texas, so we will definitely be back. Okay. And when we do, well, we'll let you know. We'll come out and have dinner. Okay, where are we now? Okay, let's fill in that lower eyelid. Is pretty good. It's just a little big, but not by much. Yeah, it's not by much. It's pretty close, actually. And we have some more hair covering up that spot. Okay, and I was right, I can raise this lower eyelid plane just a little bit. And that one can come up a bit as well. She does have a little bit of eyelash happening on the bottom. Not much. Shoot, where's my light brush? I don't have one. little bit of shadow from her eyelashes above, actually. Actually. And I could lower. The tendon attachment is a little lower. Whew. Little subtle indications of some eyelashes. Could move that eye in just a tiny bit. Give her a little more sclera in here. And on this side. Nice bright blue eyes. And let's make sure I get both eyes the same size. And that needs to continue all the way from the top. Ooh. Okay, the brighter highlight will be up here. And the smaller one will be right there. Hey, those are some bright, shiny Looney Lovegood eyes. I'm going to soften up these eyelashes up here. They're a little too sharp. Ah, put too much paint on there. That's better. Yeah, she has makeup without really wearing makeup. I think that's really the key. Okay, let's lower this eyebrow a bit. Okay, misjudged that nasal bone a little bit. It's a little wider than I thought. Okay, now let's fill in a little more of that eyebrow, which is that sort of purplish, greenish something color. Yeah, that's, what the hell color is that? I need a little more green in there. Oh, she's so cute. Dinner on you. Oh, well, thanks. We'll let you guys choose then. Since you're the locals. All right, let's push this shadow of this nostril in a little bit. It actually is a little lower. Which means, yeah, that shadow is way lower, or this lit plane. That side plane is actually still pretty good. This red maybe even continues up a little further. Okay, this shadow comes down a little further and softens a bit. This lower cartilage shadow is a little further out. Not much though. This one does come out a little further. Okay, push the filter out just a little. Both halves of it, yeah. All right, now let's do a nostril or two. There's the cartilage. Just a little bit. This side's a little more blue. Little more of a shadow. Soft little nose there. Lighter on this non-existent nasolabial furrow. I always do that. Really soft. And now where's that highlight? See, I think the white on her face is definitely very blue. So that's what I need. Nice highlight, but then a little more lighter pink. And then just a little lighter, right at the right spot. We'll do a little bit of that blue right in here too. That tendon always gets a little bit of light. Maybe a little too light there. That's better. But we might get maybe a touch more light here, a little more blue, and here too. Definitely is more blue right here. Soften some of that. Now I'm getting really picky. Aha, a little blue here, I'm just noticing. And that looks too much like a more obvious suborbital furrow there. Don't want that. Okay, she could use a little more of a shadow here. The one in the picture I've got is too long. Looks weird. Gives her face a strange shape. Ooh, almost 2 hours. Just for the face. Okay. Her mouth, a little bit of adjusting here. Definitely going to take a break after I finish her face, which I'm close. Lower that just a little bit. with this sort of dark bluish color. And it gets a little bit more of this lighter green color here. Lighter, I mean lighter. Come on. Sort of on the side of that muzzle plane there. Let's find the corner of this mouth. It's a little more in, nose close. All right, this whole vermilion moves down a little bit. The border, I think, specifically. Yeah, there's that lip, and we kind of lose the edge of that lip entirely. There's that center lobe, very clear. Oh, this is such a tiny little face. And we do get a little bit of a lighter plane just there. And there. Yeah, there's a blue light shining right on her from somewhere. Little bit of shadow underneath the modiolus there. Where's that connection point? A little higher. And okay, there's the two depressors that are a little more in. Yeah, she's got a very clear plane there. And it's a little more blue. And that edge is totally gone. Vermilion. Really just soften all these edges and it'll look right. Alright, this muscle comes up a little higher. Yeah, that's better. And a little bit of blue. I'll have to come back and hit these blue highlights everywhere. Little indications of some teeth, which are always hard because they're not really any color. They're sort of a darkish green usually in the shadow. And also, teeth are not white either. You're painting teeth and the white parts of the eye white. You're not observing. Okay, and some dark indications of the gaps between her teeth. Where's her center line? Is about there. Wow, this is a tiny little detailed mouth. It's the reason why most artists don't like painting mouths. Even really, really good ones don't like it. I think you ask any artist, and they'll say the mouth is probably the most difficult part of the whole face. Alright, it's close. It's not right on. This could be a little darker, sort of pink. A little more strong up here. There's almost a little bit of a highlight on the front of that tooth. That might actually help. Whew. It's close. Maybe I could do one more pass at it. Yeah, I could bring this plane over a little more. All right, it's very close. We're very, very close. I'm missing that little curl underneath her lip there. We're close on this one, Venkman. I can feel it. I can feel it. We're very, very close. On this whole upper lip of hers comes down even further, I think. Yeah, I'm just missing something on her mouth. It's not quite right. It's really close. Jesus. Maybe there's a slight, I'm spending so much time on this face. I've said before, I spend usually more time, as much time on the face as I will on the rest of the painting. I could do her hands and her figure in the same amount of time as I've spent so far just doing her face. That's very common. Yeah, that she doesn't really have a plane for her bottom lip. It just sort of is there. All right, let's stand up for a second. Ugh. Whole Food says hi. All right. Ooh. Ooh. All right, maybe I'll move on and come back to her face later. Because it's close, but it's not really right on. But it's not bad either. Ooh. I got a lot more to work on for her. Hands, her figure, and the magazine. Oh. Ooh, I knew this was going to be a tough one. Really soften this. I'm totally cheating. I really should be blending a new color in there, but whatevs. Yeah, I can really soften this edge too. You're allowed to use your finger to soften things. I could darken that just a touch. You see a little bit of that plane change, not enough to be really noticeable, but just a little bit. And then let's do a little bit of highlight on there. I guess this is the closest I've got to a light brush. Really light blue. A little tiny bit on her lip even. Little bit on this cheek. A little bit on this brow ridge. And a little on the neck here. Soften that a little bit. Little tiny bit on the roof and the eyelid there. Almost through the eyebrow even too. Okay. All right, I'll try that face again later. Yeah, I think I need to move on. Let's put another shadow there. Yeah, here's the eye, the ear we don't see. There's a couple hairs. I won't do her hair yet, I want to do her hands. Yeah, let me do her hands because I've got all the right colors on my brushes right now. I do have a hair color brush though. She got some hair in front of her face, which means she's got some shadows. I can see that already. Tuck that up a little bit. That's a little better. Whew. There's a finger. Where's her knuckles at? Okay, this is a nice blue. It's much darker there underneath those three fingers. And it's a little lighter and a little more blue. There's a nice plane. And a little bit just as the wrist is about to curve up before her sleeve cuts it off. A little bit of that muscle overlap there. Really great knuckles, easy to see those. She's just as sane as you are, that's right. Hi, Tanya. Yeah, that's actually the quote I'm going to put on her is, you're just as sane as I am. Oh, that'd be funny. Nice. Red, because hands are always red. Tuck that inside each knuckle there. That one's a little further up there. You see a little shadow under that knuckle. And that one, and then here's a good one. And then a shadow underneath that finger. Underneath that finger. Those fingers are actually right on top of each other. Nice knuckle there. You can really even see her tendons wrapping around them. Not that I want to do that too much, because that would make her look older, or make her fingers look older anyway. She's got nice, round, young, plump little fingers. Yeah, really round. And of course she's holding the magazine, which is pushing her flesh a little bit, actually. Let's lower this angle a little bit more. Yeah, these are both. There's the end of the finger, and that's the cast shadow over it. See, it's hard, like I've put so much specific detail into the face. I don't necessarily want to paint the whole piece like that, so I have to be careful not to set a precedent for myself that I don't want to meet later. I guess I can do a little bit of her jacket color, whatever, behind her hand. Which actually is a different color I should use for that. Alright, let's get some of that juicy pink red in those knuckles, because it's always there. Hands have a lot of blood in them, so that's about all the knuckle we see is a little tiny plane change. Yeah, little cast shadow, a little plane change. And that's all she wrote for the knuckles. And then that comes in. There's a little bit of reflected light. Nicole, love your work, Chris. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, you can follow us here if you want to see more of my work. I do these streams at least once a week. This is my third stream I'm doing this weekend. Third specific Harry Potter stream, actually. If you hadn't seen the other stuff I was doing. I did Hagrid yesterday, and I did actual Harry Potter on Friday. So that's fun. Yeah, a little bit of reflected light. I need to lift this up. It's too low for me to really see it properly. Well, ordered 4 more today. Awesome. Well, thanks, Raymond. Well, you know, we're trying to do the super sales all the time to help you guys out, so that you can get all the cool art you want, and it doesn't, you know, hurt your bank account. We try very, very hard to do that, actually. So I'm glad you're taking advantage of it. All right, here's that muscle that wraps around. All right, that actually knuckle is a little further out this way. A little more blue here, maybe. Little knuckle there. I want to make the knuckles look real and have form without making her look too knuckly. Especially in a young girl like her, she needs to have really soft fingers. Here's more of this one that I need to show. They're a little longer, I think, than I've made them. A little bit of shine on her nails just to show that there is a nail there. We'll do a little more of a highlight here. Yeah, I don't want too much. It's almost a little too knuckly. That's really tough. A little more of a shadow. Underneath each of those knuckles or behind them or whatever. That's pretty good. Hi there, David. Thanks for watching. Okay. Here's this male angle a little better. Oof. Now that hand in the background, or I keep saying background, her left hand behind the magazine. Mostly magazine in the way. Alright, let's take a quick stand up for 2 seconds. Ugh. Oof. Ugh. Okay. Let's trim down. I can see it's a little too big, that hand. That's why you just gotta step away for a second. See, her hand in general is still a little too big. Let's trim it down here. A little too big for her head. That's a lot better. Yeah, that's a little better. Her hand was looking a little too big for her body, basically. A little more calm on those knuckles. That's better. Sometimes you don't notice things until you step back a little bit. And this finger's a little too long. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, she's got small hands. I could still do a little bit of this reflected light down here, though. That was actually nice. Cool. Yeah, that trims it up a little bit. It's a lot harder in real paint. You can't just select it and resize it like you could in Photoshop. I've got to actually repaint things. Okay. Alright, let's carve out this book. This is kind of the other. I could almost do the book and her other hand and just like really gesture in the rest of her clothes and it would be fine. I need to do her hair better though. Sure. That is still coming. Hi there, Kristen. Thanks for watching. That's a couple pages that are turning there. Just so you guys know, whoever's new to joining us, I'm Christopher Clark, doing this fun Luna Lovegood piece, and we actually do have prints of this piece available. You can, and they're 40% off right now. Super awesome sale we're doing just during the stream. So I don't know if Nick, if you're watching, if you want to post the link there to check out, just browse through our site. We have all the pieces that I've done this weekend, which is I did Harry Potter on Friday, did Hagrid yesterday, and I'm doing Luna today. But we have easily another 15 more awesome Harry Potter pieces, and they're all on sale, as well as we have pieces from Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Alice in Wonderland, Game of Thrones, DC, Marvel, like all the best nerd art we've got really cool stuff from. So I encourage you to check that out. Just browse through the site. I guarantee you'll find something that you've never seen before. But it's like really good fine art. It's not just like a poster or, some like comic book sort of looking stuff. It's a little more something you want to hang in your living room. um, I like to say we're taking we're taking fan art to a fine art level. That's kind of where, like, this place that I've been coming from when I do these pieces. Like, I'm a classically trained oil painter doing all the cool fan art stuff. I like to think that I'm taking it to a more sophisticated level. So it's like all the fun fan titles that you've enjoyed your whole life, but a more adult, sophisticated quality of art, which is kind of cool, which I think not a lot of people are doing. So please check out our site, and I guarantee you'll see some awesome stuff that you'll love. And it's a super sweet sale today, 40% off everything on the site. So we have prints. You can get paper or canvas, different sizes. That sale also does extend to the originals that we have on the site as well. So if you're a collector of originals, definitely check that out. The ones I'm doing this weekend are already sold. But we've still got a bunch of cool ones up there that you might find something that you like. And they're on sale. So pretty awesome. That's definitely more kind of green. That's making it too brown. There's her hair in shadow there. And she is wearing earrings of some kind. I don't know if she's wearing those weird pomegranate things that she was wearing or whatever. I can't tell. All right, and this is her coat back here. I can't resist savings. You need a 7-foot tall Darth Vader. That'd be a pretty impressive piece to add to your collection, I have to say. Um, yeah, that one will blow your friends away when you come over. When they come over, hang it in your entryway. So it's the first thing they see when they walk in the house. No, they'll freak out. Yeah, for that Darth Vader piece, I actually had a licensed 501st Legion uh, cosplayer come over and model for me for that piece. He came to my house, and I did a photo shoot with him for a morning, and it was pretty amazing. That costume is very, very effective with the right lighting in person. You see it walking around a Comic-Con or something, which is cool, but I had him in my garage with all the lights off, and his bright, like bright red lightsaber that lit up the whole friggin' room um, was that was his prop that he had, and it was like a super mega version that only lasts like 15 minutes because it's so strong and the batteries just don't last very long. But it is so bright, and I had him stand on a little pedestal, and I got down real low. And when he held that thing up behind him, and he like reached his hand out like he's using the force on me, he did this, the force choke thing with his lightsaber in hand. It was like, oh my god, this costume is completely terrifying. With all the lights on, it's really not that scary. It's nostalgic because you know what it's from, but you really don't get the effect until you see it in the proper lighting. Because holy shit, that thing is really great. Here's her little shirt. And we do see that's going to be a little too light. A little bit of her hair is lit. It's a little higher than that. See a little hair coming down here. I'll figure that out later. Okay, there's her quibbler that she's holding. Uncle Dominic approves. Awesome. And 486. Awesome. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for watching. Yeah, please follow us on this video, whatever streaming service you're watching us. And you can see more of these videos. I do them once or twice a week, actually. And then you can take advantage of all the awesome savings that we have. Like today, 40% off all of our prints and originals on the site. So there should be a link in the description of the video you're watching, or Nick keeps posting them here. Otherwise, you can just go to ChristopherClarkArt.com. And they're all on there. And it's all our Harry Potter, Star Wars, Marvel, DC, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Alice in Wonderland. Really cool fine art stuff. Even all the parody artwork by The Bucket and Ashley Rain and Gadget. So we have stuff that nobody else has. It's pretty awesome. I see a little bit of light coming through. She has some kind of a ring on too, it looks like. And then here's this knuckle here. That finger is holding the magazine, actually. Let's do that. We also have a Patreon, if anyone's interested in becoming a subscriber on our Patreon, because we have really a lot more special subscription perks just only for our patrons. Like you have permanent access to all these videos forever after we're done streaming them, where the general internet only gets them, I think, during the live stream here. You don't get to see them again later. So that's a cool thing. Permanent discounts on our prints. You have access to all of my online instructional videos, which I have like 12 now. I just came out with a new one where I'm painting a Paris cityscape with you. So if you want to learn how to, you want to study art with me and learn how to paint. Okay, no, we don't want to become famous, so I think we're going to block that guy. I think he posted yesterday. Thanks for spamming, and you're going to be blocked. So Nick, if you see that, you could block that dude. Okay, you are blocked, pal. Well, that's all right. That guy posted yesterday his link too, so, and we actually warned him then as well. This is a cool place where people can chat and watch cool artwork, not to spam people to get to their channel. Sorry, my friend. And let's bring that wrist in a little bit more. There we go. What kind of paint do I use? I use Williamsburg oil paint. There you go. Williamsburg brand oil paint. I love this paint because it actually has a real sample of the paint on the outside of the tube, like a brush mark, so you can turn it and see what it looks like. It's pretty awesome. And they have that for every color. Instead of just a printed color swatch on the tube, you know, this is actually a sample of the paint. And that's what sold me on it. Or that's what inspired me to look closer. And then I look closer and I'm like, oh my god, this paint is fabulous and I want it. So yeah, very good quality paint. Did I have another dark green of some kind? I don't know. Just moving the back of that book in a little bit. Whew. Okay, now this hand has a lot of subtle dark shadows in it. It's mesmerizing to watch the progress. Awesome, appreciate that. I'm always afraid some people are going to find it boring because it just takes so long. Right, this is today almost. This is about 3 hours worth. I did the underpainting last night after I finished Hagrid. Just the dark purpley sort of base coat, you know. Did that last night, so I didn't have to do it during the stream today. That took me about a half hour. So I'll be able to finish the piece in the next maybe 2 hours here. You're an art student. Oh, nice. Good. Yeah, some people just keep me on, you know, in the background while they're doing something else. And they come back every once in a while and check and see what's going on, which is cool. A little too much pink there. Needs a little more green. really soft, fatty hands as well. Let's make the whole thing nice, soft. I can add a couple features in there if I need to. Really all we see is the reflected this front plane of the finger here. We don't really see any details on it. And a little more shadow back here. It's quite foreshortened. Looks like could see a little more palm before we get to her wrist. And here is that hypothenar eminence, the curve. That's nice. Do I prefer Harry Potter over Pirates of the Caribbean? Yes, I definitely have to say so. Like the Harry Potter is a much more fully fleshed out sort of universe with books and movies and characters and things. Pirates is fun. I did a Pirates of the Caribbean painting just a couple weeks ago, which incidentally is also on our website. We have prints of that piece too. But I think Harry Potter is just a more fully fleshed out universe, so to speak. A little more warmth in that finger. A little longer too, even. And a little bit of rim light on that fingernail. And then here's where we have this transitional color. Kind of this purple. A little more blue, actually. Yeah, this is kind of a green light back here. We're going to see a little light here. Just a little bit though. Alright, after I'm done with this hand, I need to take a break. Starting to feel it in my shoulders. I will eventually have to turn this thing upside down and paint the Quibbler, because the Quibbler is totally upside down, and it will help me quite a bit. do a little touch of this fingernail. Oof. A little more shadow here. Little tiny indications of some knuckle changes there. Pirates of the Caribbean painting. Yeah, I did the Black Pearl. I don't have it here. Someone actually just bought it. They bought the original last weekend. But yeah, look at our website. I think it might be under, if it's under the Disney section, I think it should be. I don't know, Nick, if you want to confirm where that is. It's on there somewhere. I'm sure you could just search. The painting is called Pearl in Dark Waters. There's a pretty good search feature on the site. So just type in the word pearl and it'll come up. Not black pearl. We called it just Pearl in Dark Waters. Sort of just alluding to the pirates without being too obvious, you know. Oh, neck's getting tired. Third painting in a row, and I actually did I did one on Thursday. I did a completely different painting. I did a tiger wildlife piece because it was World Tiger Day this week. It was World Tiger Day was on the 29th. Oh. Found it. Awesome. Thanks, man. Yeah, we've been thinking about doing that painting for a while. I just suddenly put it together, and I don't know why it took me so long to get it, but that one came together really well. That was a fun piece to paint. Ooh. All right, what do we got left? I need to do her hair, the quibbler, and then I just got to indicate her jacket. Stuff should be pretty easy. Oh. Okay. If y'all don't mind, I'm going to take a quick, like, 10 or 15 minute break just to move my shoulders around a little bit. Then I can come back and finish everything else. So give me, like, let's say 15 minutes. So just keep the window open, and I'll be back here. What time is it? It's 4:23 my time. Artist will return, we'll say 4:40 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So it gives me 17 minutes. Okay, cool guys, I'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Thanks for watching. Check out the site and browse around while you're waiting. Nick, if you want to post the link there for the site, people can browse around there while they're waiting. And yeah, here it is. So check out the site and browse around for a few while you're waiting. I'll be right back. Ooh. See, even with her hands in there, I don't need to do hardly anything to her jacket or anything. Like it implies her arms already without me doing anything. It's kind of cool. Still having a little snack, maybe. I still need to just look and see what I'm doing here. Suppose I could bust out her jacket really quickly. Hi there, Tim Peterson. Thanks for watching. You guys all can check out prints of this piece if you want. Having 40% off sale this weekend while I'm doing the stream. Hi there, Deanna. Thanks for watching. Coming back from a break here. Finishing a fun snack. I have a dried mango and some salted mixed nuts. Kind of fun. Yeah, I think her hair is really the next thing I need to work on. She has some moonlight in her hair. Appropriate, given her name. I can see one place on her lip where I gotta fix. Yeah, that's when we come back after a break, and that's when you notice things. If I can come in a little bit more on the plane just underneath her eyelid there. So I can bring this in a little closer. You guys can see a little better. And let's move this so I don't bonk my head on it. I have another mount for my phone on top. Alright, let's get the bigger brushes out here for... Maybe I don't need these. Maybe I can get by with... This is kind of a... could work as a green. It's a little too hot, a little too saturated. She has kind of this wavy quality to her hair. And then we see a little bit of dark in here. With a really quite warm spot. Just on the cusp of that shadow. Of course, that's where we see the the plane change, so yeah. That's where color is usually at its brightest anyway. And she has really, really long hair. Maybe I won't go all the way down. I like kind of leaving it unfinished toward the bottom. It's kind of fun. I need this more sort of internal blonde color. A little bit lighter. You see a little bit of hair action back here, but it's mostly in shadow. And right on the edge, we see really the color of the light, which is that kind of greenish moonlight sort of color. And we're going to have some glow and some sort of flyaways in her hair as well. So it's not quite white, but it's very, very light. A little tinge of yellow and green in it. And it gets not as bright down here. It's probably the brightest up here. And I totally didn't mean to go that far down. Oh, you met me last year when we were in Kansas City. Oh, awesome. Well, cool. Well, thanks for coming to the show. Appreciate it. And thanks for watching now. And for obviously tagging all your friends. So this is basically what we're doing in lieu of doing traveling shows, is we're doing online streaming shows right now. So we can still get you guys prints of all my new artwork and just still engage as best we can. She's got a little more hair sort of just curling in here. And I'm already seeing things about her that I need to change. This comes up a little higher. And then that is actually just a little softer, that shadow down there. A little more red. Maybe a couple shadows of hair. Couple shadows in the hair over here as well. This is a nice blue. It's her blue shirt she's wearing underneath her coat. And it's the same color as her collar, or I'm sorry, her cuff. Mm-hmm. Her cuffs go out to about there, wrapping around the top. Yeah, it's so funny how little I need to put in for the coat, and it already implies so much. Put a couple collar and a couple cuffs in there, and it looks like she's wearing a coat. I almost forgot to get my tunes going back. Otherwise, it's dead quiet in here, and I usually don't paint in dead quiet. That's better. I need that up a little bit more. Sorry, so let me fix this. Here we go. Whew, let's take a picture of this. Haven't in a while, actually, probably the whole time. Okay, and in addition to our, yeah, looks great. In addition to our website, where we have prints available for sale, we also have our Patreon, where we have cool perks for members only. One of those, which is you can watch, you can go back and watch any of these videos. You have unlimited access to these live streaming videos that I do, which is pretty cool. Looks like her jacket has some kind of a hood on it. We also have access to all of my instructional painting videos that I've done, which now it's up to 12. So if you actually want to study art with me and learn how to paint, I've got videos for that. Oops, that's the magazine. Now I can add a little medium to this. Yeah, I'm going to leave that unfinished toward the bottom just because it's interesting. I like all the texture I've got going on there. Yeah, I'll do just enough to hint at like those wrinkles and stuff. And then I can do, she's got kind of a little bit lighter purple. Yeah, I can use up all this. Good. It's a little more blue. It's kind of a combination of many colors. Gets a little more red here. Here's a little bit of shoulder plane coming down there. Yeah, it's definitely more red on this side of it. And on the other side of her arm, it's more blue. Here's some couple more folds. And we almost see a little bit of fun sort of moonlight catching a few of these bits here. There's a little bit of her hair we can see on that side of the magazine. See a little bit of a sleeve there. Maybe this will help bring that composition back in. Oh, there's a cast shadow from the magazine on her arm there. You see a little bit of dark right here. And let's carve out that a little better. How much are my paintings? Well, you can check out the website. We have them all up there, and everything's 40% off right now. So whatever they were before, they're cheaper now. So definitely check that out. We have a lot of cool stuff. We have originals, we have prints by myself for a lot of different titles, by a lot of other artists that are really great that you can't get anywhere else. There should be a link in the description of whatever streaming service you're watching, so that should help. All right, then it gets a little darker blue, darker purple, something back here. Yes, there's the link. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, 40% off everything right now. And maybe there's a little bit of lighter quality up here. Maybe even a little bit green. Fabric is so fun to do. It's a lot of expressive stuff, just like hair. Oh, I bet that dark goes in a little more. That's a little too thick of a wrist there. Yeah, that probably comes in like this. It's actually covered by something in my reference. I can't see it, but I'm willing to bet that's probably more accurate. Yeah, I almost think I want to leave that just how it is. It's pretty cool looking. Maybe we can put a touch indication of where her elbow might be. Which might not be accurate. It's a little too high. Might be more like here. And let's do, this has a little bit of a point at this collar here. And let's just soften a lot of this. It's a little too wrinkly looking. Yeah, I don't want it to look like your clothes are shabby or something. A little bit of light in here. Actually, I could lower that a bit. Make that arm not so thick. Alright, let's do a little bit for this color behind her head. That's close enough. Can do maybe a little bit of a sort of a light bluish, blue-green, something here. Very transparent. A little lighter, way more purple, way less green. And then the rest of this, I think I want it to be much darker. Let's get all the darks here. Okay, you know what? Do I want it to be that dark? Then I'll really cut her out of the background. I want it a little lighter than that, because I want her darks to be more prominent. I can kind of fade off a little bit here, I think. I'm totally just making this up. This part can be maybe a little lighter. Sort of a design element there, maybe. Definitely want something a little more glow around her hair. And I can come fix that edge later. Or, you know, momentarily. Yeah, a little bit of a implied design element back there. Feather this out a little better. Let's lose that edge entirely. Okay, now for her hair again. Couple little flyaways and glowy glows out here. Don't want her hair to look like a mess, but it is kind of, you know, sort of strangely disheveled a little bit. That's nice. Nice, that's very nice and glowy. Kind of makes her look mysterious and weird. Let's soften all this down here. Her hair does continue, but we don't need to show that necessarily. Okay, now for the interesting part of this is the cover of the magazine. What do I do with that cover? It is a pretty funny little caricature of Cornelius Fudge. I suppose I could try to fit it on there. That could be challenging, but let's grab another picture real quick. Nice. Looking at my progress photos here. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see this, but here's like, let's get a little bright. You know, that's the kind of stuff that you get access to on the Patreon. A little better resolution than that, clearly. Not so bright. But, you know, you can see them fill in. So that's where we are right now. I'm going to put another little line here, almost implying a sort of blurry background of environment. Maybe she's in a room or something. Get a nice big old fan brush here, and I can maybe blend this a little more. So it's just a little softer. Let's soften this edge a little for this cuff. Push it into the background a little more. Just hard edges attract attention. That's a little better. Okay. I knew this was coming. Gotta turn this around. Gotta rotate my reference. Quibbler. Alright, now I gotta rotate my painting. So I gotta draw this quibbler upside down. All right, this will be interesting. This has to be dark enough to be in shadow. But then I still, at this point, if I'm going to go to this length, I want people to be able to read it. That'd be kind of funny. Read it as much as possible. And it's in the shadow underneath that. Okay, now darker green. As this goes into shadow. Shadow. And here it gets a little reflection from her finger. Actually. Here's a nice red bit. Where was that green I just had? Unless I just used it for something else. There's a finger. So now I've actually got to find the edges of all her fingers. I was putting that off. But no more. I love all the attention to detail that the movies put into this. Like actually, having someone design a Quibbler cover. And it does get lighter because there is a fold in it as she's holding it. This is looking amazing. Awesome, thank you. In case you're wondering why I'm doing it upside down, it's just because I'm painting the Quibbler magazine. And I just really needed to see it upside down for that to work right. Alright, I might need my stick. Q all the way to the B's. Both B's we can see. Maybe we'll put the Q a little further. Q, U, I, B, B, L. Lettering is not my favorite thing to do. L, E, R. This will be fun. Yeah, lettering is rough. I like doing calligraphy. That is very different, though, than painting lettering by hand like this. All right, I might do a little bit lighter. A sort of pink orange color for these. lose that B a little bit. Let's bring that up. Whew. There we go. And this needs to get a lot lighter. The Quibbler, nice. I feel like maybe this should get a little lighter up here too. So we're doing lettering on a bowed surface that changes in the light. And there's going to be a little... Do I have a brush that would work? How about this one? Sort of like a little headline thing up here. Well, if I'm really sassy, I could put a Harry Potter on here. As if it was the issue. I feel like doing another Harry Potter portrait. Suppose I could. That would be extra cool. As if she's reading the issue that she published where she does the interview with Harry. Have I been painting for a long time? Yes, my entire life. So, since I was a little kid. The Quibbler. What is the headline when she's talking with Harry, when they do the interview? Because that would be so perfect if it was the one where she has the Harry Potter interview. Suppose I could just do a portrait of him on here real quick. That would be pretty awesome. I need to take a second to find. I think I got a great picture in mind for it. Let's see here. Got a ton of really good pictures in here. I want to find where he's looking at the viewer, though. Yeah, I might need to take a second to find that, because I think I have a good one in mind. Yeah, that would be perfect. Yeah, okay. Love this so much. Is your sale just today? The 40% off sale is just for today while I'm doing the stream, yes. So please check out the site and order whatever you want today. And it'll be your Harry Potter Speaks Out at Last. That's quite a lot to write by hand. I might put something simpler if I did that, but thank you, Luke, for providing that. Oh, there you go. That wasn't me. That was the gallery. Keep it for another day. So you have another day, Jessica. Got a great resource for movie promo, high-res images. I just need to find a better quality image. But I think I've got the perfect one. Order of the Phoenix, even. This is a good one, too. Yeah, let's use this one. Okay, this is going to be tricky. Nice big image of Harry to fit on my cover. This is going to be fun. I need to rotate it a little bit so that it's accurate. Okay, impromptu drawing of Harry Potter on the cover of my Quibbler. All right. Just finding my picture, putting it together here, sort of just getting it at the right angle. Trying to compose it nicely. That would be awesome. This is going to be tricky, but it'll be great. One of those things where like, oh, I just thought of something that's going to spend a lot more time, but man, it's going to be great. So, like, damn it, I got to do it. I might shorten the headline to like Harry Potter Speaks, just so I can actually write it. Yeah, that could work. Perfect. And I need to tweak it a little bit so that it's distorted onto that's good enough. Okay. Now, here we go. That's going to be awesome. Okay, now we're ready. Ooh. I found a good picture of Harry that I liked. I had seen it when I was looking for a picture that I wanted to do for the Harry Potter piece I did on Friday. I found several that I had liked, and there was one that I remembered. He's got some chiseled cheekbones, man. There's his little collared shirt. That's perfect because then he'll have a dark. He has a dark sweater on, which means I have room to do a headline underneath. I'll just put Harry Potter Speaks. Thank you, Luke, for finding that for me. I just read it the other day. It was in French. It was a different headline, but something about Harry Potter parle sur celui qui on ne doit pas prononcer son nom. That's how you say he who must not be named in French. Celui qui on ne doit pas prononcer son nom. Like He whose name one must not pronounce. Oh, this is tough. Wrong brush. Need to find his skull sort of shape. Neck's a little thick. Is that tilted weird? That side's a little thick as well. There's his eyes, hair. Flesh tone's a little more green in the center in this one. It also needs to be in shadow. A little bit of that plane there. Yeah, I made that collar a little too wide to start with. You guys are all probably watching with Like, oh my God, is he gonna pull it off? Miniature Harry Potter portrait. Looks like I will. I hope so. It's coming all right so far. Thankfully it's smaller, and I think I can just imply a lot of it, and it will read nicely. You've got a pretty tall pile of hair there. Where's my flesh tone for his shadow? Little bit of halftone there, where his ears are a little lower, and pretty red. Whoops. Nice dark brownish something for some of these hair shadows. Way too red, needs to be a little more green. So his hair needs to look black even with this light on either side of it. Now have him hold a quibbler. I don't know how many quibbler I can paint smaller and smaller. That would be hilarious though. The quibblers just keep getting smaller and smaller till it opens a quibbler portal into another universe. Alright, this is, I keep meaning to bring this in. This is the most brushes I've had in my hand in a while too. This is like all the brushes. Yeah, I won't color that in yet. I might need it. Let's just push, reshape that collar. Well, it's 6 o'clock. I should be done by now, but I decided to paint an impromptu portrait of Harry Potter. So alas, we will continue. This is one of those bits that just is so much worth it though when you finish. Like, oh, I'm really glad I spent the time to do that. It is so much better. Oh, I have too many brushes in my hand. I can't remember which ones I was using for which color, because I keep changing them. That is not my dark brush. Really just get the underplane of his nose. And The vermilion of his lips are the same value as the rest of his face. Move this over just a little bit. A little more in on his cheekbones here, and then right around the muzzle. And let's raise up that ear a little bit. Ooh, man. What was I thinking? A little more shagginess on the hair out here. Feeling pretty good. It's hard, again, with the same problem I had before, was his glasses are in my way. I wish I could take his glasses off and paint his face. A little more of this plane here. Or I could bring in this cheek just a little. And where's my dark, tiny one? Fix that collar. And this collar. Could make his chin come down just a little more. And we're going to see a little light on the upper plane of that chin. It's like a little tiny Daniel Radcliffe. Where's my Little tiny sclera brush. That's what I'm going to get. Without a sclera, it looks a little demonic. A little lighter. Okay, his eyebrows can be a little less angry. Yeah, we can do a little bit of the plane. Underneath the eyebrow there, that'll help de-anger them a little. And I can widen the nasal bone just a little bit. A little bit higher of a forehead. Dare I put this plane next to his lower eyelid? Can raise up his nostrils a little bit, just like the portrait I just did for Luna, only way more tiny. Because damn, that's a small face. Okay, I could lighten the planes up just inside here. And make his corneas a little bigger. Do a little bit more sort of the halo glow around his hair. Soften up this plane a little bit. Second Daniel Radcliffe portrait in one weekend. That's a record for me, I think. That looks pretty good. I'll have to put the glasses on him, it'll really seal the deal, just like Friday. Where's my light green? I could lighten this a little bit. It is a picture in a magazine that's in shadow, so I don't want this to be too light. But I wouldn't mind it standing out a little bit either. Okay, a little harsh on this outer cheek here. Haha, nice. That's really funny. I kill me. All right, come on, eyebrows. Let's get in there for the right once and for all. That's good. Looks a little less angry now. Sort of more just serious. Oof. All right, looks great. Let's do a little bit of his lower lip now. And then a touch of the underplane there. That looks fucking awesome. Wow, I didn't think I could pull that off. Or I wasn't sure if I could pull it off. Now for his glasses, where this is where if I mess up, I have to re-render things underneath, which sucks. Where's the bottom? It's about there. It's way too dark. And here's course this bottom is there. Just marking in different sections. It's a little tiny Daniel Radcliffe. Look at that. Well, it was a little tiny Daniel Radcliffe. Now that I put glasses on him, it's a little tiny Harry Potter. So yeah. A little bit of shadow. And a little bit of shadow here. It's funny, I can see the shadow of the sides of his glasses more than the sides themselves. Oh, that's amazing. This came a little far. Okay. That went well. Now let's do a real thin coating on here that will be easy to paint over with the lettering. If I put thick paint here, I won't be able to paint over it very easily. And we'll see a little rim light, a little transitional color on his shoulders, I think. It's a little Harry Potter. All right. I could do a touch of red for his necktie. Because he is in Gryffindor. He has a little pattern on his tie. This little Gryffindor pattern. And let's put a scar on his forehead. Because that's quite important. A little bit. There we go. Now, Harry Potter speaks. I've got to write some more lettering. What have I done? All right, let's make it stand up for a quick second and move around. That was a rough one. Whew. I don't need all these right now. I need this one. And sure, this one. Just need two. Lower. Harry Potter. Speaks. And it curves with the paper. That'll be fun. HARRYPOTTR. 5 and 5, good. Harry, P O T T shit. P O. Oh, there's 6 letters in Potter. P O T T E R. See why I hate lettering in a painting. It's a lot of planning. And then you run out of room and it gets squashed in like really stupidly. is done. It's not right on Luna's face with my extra brush here. That would be terrible. Harry Potter. And of course, if I spell it wrong, it's like a bad tattoo. Ooh, that could be a little lighter. I remember the platform 9 3/4 painting that I did. I had to do a lot of lettering for the Hogwarts Express, and that was not fun. Definitely going to need to stretch out after this one. All right. That looks pretty good. Ooh. Now, Speaks. S-P-E-A-K-S. A P. This is a little too long. I'm sure this is real fun for you guys to watch. Ooh, he's making letters. Hi there, Leon. Leanne, thank you. Yeah, I decided suddenly to do a Harry Potter cover of the Quibbler. So it took me an extra like hour and a half to finish this painting. It's okay, it's going to be extra worth it. And it's almost done, so. What's hard to do about lettering with painting is to get crisp corners and not rounded. Where's my dark? Well, worth the extra time. Thank you. I certainly hope so. We have these available for sale. I don't know if you've been watching the whole day. I keep saying that over and over again because I don't know who's seen it or not. But we have these up for sale already, pre-sale, before I'm finished with the piece, and they're 40% off. So check out our site for all of our sweet prints that we have on sale. Basically any cool nerd art you've ever wanted from all your favorite titles. From Star Wars, Harry Potter, of course, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Marvel, DC, Alice in Wonderland. This website also has Disney, and we have a lot of parody paintings by the artist Bucket and Ashley Rain and Gadget, and we have basically stuff that nobody else has. Oh, and my headphones just died. That's how long I've been working on this paint. It's okay, I think I just about finished that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys have to see this now, ready? I'm gonna do a little tour because this is so cool. I'm so happy about this. I can do it without dropping the camera, which I have done before. Here we go. Not bad for a little small portrait of Daniel Radcliffe as Harry Potter. Cool. If I can put this back. This is usually when I drop it. So I'm trying to put it back. There we go. I gotta put a little bit of like a blurb up here. Like there's like writing up there. All right, let's turn this around and see what the whole thing looks like. Hopefully it's not too distracting. It's kind of cool. I think it makes her look a little more heroic because she's the one who was able to get him published. Well, her and Hermione, of course. You're just as sane as I am. Alright, that's a fun one. Ooh, man. I'll wait to sign that because it's a little too wet. I like to sign them when they're really dry. I like this. I'll leave that. That's the underpainting. I haven't put anything on top of that. And I like it. I'm going to leave it as is. Touch up a little bit of the texture there. Yeah, that's better. I like it when there's white of the wood panel showing through. I like to cover that up at least. Oh man, there's an extra 45 minutes on this one. Cool, I think I might end it there then. So there's Luna Lovegood. So awesome. Well, thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you guys hanging out the whole time with that extra hour or so, whatever bit. Probably would have been done with this one an hour or so ago, but it was totally worth it. So cool. Check out the website to buy prints of all our cool pieces, all the cool nerd art that you ever wanted to own, but like, you know, really nice, like fine art quality stuff that you want to hang in the living room, you know, like an oil painting sort of thing. We have a lot of that. We have, I think we're extending the 40% off sale through tomorrow. So check out the link in the video description you're watching and browse through there, and I'm sure you'll find tons of cool artwork that you love. The prices are really affordable anyway, especially with the promotion, the sale that we're doing. And then if you want to follow us on Patreon, we have a cool Patreon where we have all kinds of awesome bonuses and benefits for members only, like access to these videos, you know, indefinitely. You have unlimited access to those, where otherwise the rest of the world sees them live and that's it. You have access to all of my painting instructional videos. If you're studying art, you want to study art with me, I have 12 painting instructional videos on there that you can get access to. We have other things like discounts on merchandise, and we have exclusive access for sketches that I've done, pencil and different mediums that don't have for sale anywhere else. If you're an original collector, we have first rights of refusal at a certain level where you get first dibs on originals. So check out our Patreon, a lot of cool stuff there, and just, you know, you can help support the gallery since we're no longer able to do shows anymore. We're just doing these live streams, so that's really helpful. And then if you want to follow me on social media, it's Christopher Clark Art is my hashtag in general. You can put that down here. That's Facebook and Instagram and such. So there's my hashtag if you want to follow me. And that's it. Our next live stream, we don't know yet. We'll figure it out. We'll let you know. Follow us and you'll find out. So I'm Christopher Clark, painting for the Amazing Art Expo today. Fun Luna Lovegood piece from Harry Potter. So thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.